It was a perfect start to Game 1 of a 10-game homestand for our Sox last night as Chris Sale was nearly flawless in his return and the bullpen continued to close the door. And tonight is Game 2 of this 4-game set versus the Yankees, and the Sox have a chance to do something they have not done in 41 years. We are coming to you from the city beautiful Chicago, Illinois, where tonight Comcast Sportsnet presents White Sox baseball as Paul Konerko, Adam Dunn, Alexi Ramirez, Adam Eaton and the Sox as they get set to butt heads with Derek Jeter and the New York Yankees. Hi, everybody, and welcome. With Steve Stone, I'm Ken Harrelson as we get set to bring you Game 2 of this 4-game set and Game 2 of this 10-game homestand. We'll have 4 of these guys, 3 with Cleveland, and finish it off with 3 against the Padres. But if you missed the opener last night, you missed something very special. Chris Sale was just unbelievable. Retired first 17 guys he saw. Then the guy got the base hit. So he went 6 innings, only giving up the 1 hit. But meanwhile, Adam Eaton started us off great.
Having Eaton back in the lineup, the Sox get a table setter, a guy that you have to have in a lineup if you're going to score a whole lot of runs. And Adam has hit safely in the 4 or 5 games he's been back. He's got a run batted in. But his biggest asset is the fact that he scores runs. And if Abreu comes back, he's probably going to be among the league leaders in runs scored for the year. I'm sure Abreu is going to come back and be healthy, and Adam Eaton is invaluable.
And tonight's starters, Noesi and Kuroda.
It's a pretty good matchup. Kuroda's thrown pretty well lifetime against our Sox at 2-2, his ERA a fine 3.38. This year he's done okay, not great. Hector Noesi still trying to find his way, and the key for him tonight is very simple. Keep the base stealers off base, because if you don't, Gardner and Ellsbury are going to run you out of the ballpark. They're 22 for 24 combined. And these guys, if they get an opportunity, they're not only going to steal second, they're going to steal third base also. So if you keep him off, you don't have to worry about stolen bases. And for Noesi, that's what he has to do. If he can do that, he'll be successful. The offense has been awfully good. And hopefully tonight they win the second game of a 4-game series.
And they're looking to do something. And that's win their 8th straight win at home against the Yankees. So sit back, relax, and strap it down. White Sox baseball coming your way.
your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer, who invites you to test drive a Lexus today. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois. Through it all. AT&T Uverse. AT&T Uverse TV. Check availability at 1-800-PIC-ATT. Rethink possible. And by Ford. Check out America's freshest lineup at your local Ford store or at localfordstores.com.
Welcome back to beautiful U.S. Cellular Field. We're ready for the first pitch of the ball game. Ready to turn over to my play-by-play partner, Ken Harrelson.
Hi, Stevie. Thank you very much. And indeed, the first pitch of the ball game is a strike to Gardner. He's the man, as Steve told you in the opening. We'll keep off the base. He is 11 for 11. And once again, welcome. Welcome to White Sox baseball right here on Comcast Sportsnet. They started quickly, which they were not supposed to do. So we didn't give a chance, but we will get you the lineups for those of you who are scoring along with us.
Get you the lineups, get you the umpires, and a few other tidbits.
That's a 2-1 count. Yankees come in hitting a .257 of the club. 4.07 ERA. Yankees are 24-22. One game back of Toronto.
Yankees have been a better team on the road. They're 13-11 at home. 500 club at 11-11.
So a full count with Jeter on deck. Brett Gardner been a good player for this club. Payoff pitch, and that's a souvenir left side.
Last thing you want to do early in any ball game in this park at night is start walking people, because the visibility isn't all that great, much favoring the pitcher.
And there's another chopper foul. Sox won that game last night 3-2, in case you missed it. Chris Sale was just sensational. There's a line shot right to Gillespie. So that's a hang Wolfen for Gardner.
Well, let's take a look at how Joe Girardi's going to line up his Yankees tonight. It's going to be Gardner, Jeter, and Ellsbury at the top, with Teixeira, McCann, and Solarte in the middle, and then Ichiro, Roberts, and Johnson rounded out. The key of defense and how they'll line up behind Hector Noese. Piazza, Eaton, and Viciedo in the outfield, with Gillespie, Ramirez, Beckham, and Dunn in the infield. Tyler Flowers behind the plate. And we will get to our Lexus Pursuing Perfection starting pitcher in a moment.
So here's Jeter with that standing ovation. As he takes low ball 1. He was 1 for 3 last night. Checked at 0 for 3 last night. Hitting at .261. And that's out of play right side.
Eaton shaded him around toward right center field, and that's where he'll take all fastballs. Very rarely turning on the ball with that in mind. Diaz is playing way off the line out in left center field, taking away the gap. Here's our Lexus Pursuing Perfection starting pitcher, and it is Hector Noese. On for his 5th start. Still trying to win a game. ERA a bit above 7.
That's blowing away for a 3-1 count. So he is throwing a lot of pitches to the first 2 hitters. This will be the 13th. 39-year-old veteran. What a player. And he shoots that one right by Adam Dunn. But Tank is out there, gets it back in. Just a rocket off the bat of Derek Jeter.
It certainly helps that you're shading him around toward the right side, because normally this is a two-base hit. That fastball is away. He goes that way, something he's done consistently throughout his career. Before Adam could react, that ball was by him and skipping out into right field.
So here's Ellsbury. Jacoby at 265, a homer. He's driven in 14. And that ball hit hard into left center field. We got a man there.
Here's the men in blue for the ball game tonight. DJ Rayburn behind the plate. Jeff Nelson, the crew chief, at first. Dan Bellino at second. And Tom Woodring is at third.
So here's Teixeira. He was 1 for 4 last night with 2 RBIs. Had a soft single back through the middle. One and 0 the count to the 34-year-old. And he takes a strike.
Teixeira used to work out exclusively with a weighted bat. As you can see, the difference from the two sides, much more power left-handed. But that weighted bat eventually did him some wrist damage, lost most of last year, so he dropped it from his workout regimen, and he's back now. Swing the bat from the left side very well.
Well, that's one of the perils of Pauline. If you're talking about wrist problems, is swinging a heavy bat. I can speak from experience.
And he weighted it to get a little quicker, I guess, and it worked just the opposite.
So he goes to 3-1 on him. So he is already thrown 18 pitches.
McCann in the on-deck circle. He's another one of their huge free agent acquisitions over the wintertime.
And another full count. Yeah, it's not swinging the heavy bat that really gets you in the wrist. It's checking the heavy bat up when you check, and you're going to check a lot of times. Usually guys who use heavy bats are strong guys, and they're going to strike out some, and they're going to have a lot of check swings, and that's what really gets you. There goes Jeter. And that's a souvenir left side. But when you do that enough, and you get to August, those things start burning like somebody just put an absolute blowtorch on them.
Don't a lot of hitters go down in weight as the year moves along and the at-bats start to rise?
They have to. They have to because of the pain and the checkups on the swings. And there's ball 4.
So one way or the other for the Yankees in this inning, it's going to be a successful inning because there's going to be at least 22 pitches, probably more thrown. And Tyler has gone out there to talk with Hector, trying to settle him down and make some good pitches to a very dangerous left-hand hitter in Brian McCann.
Yeah, Hector's pitching these guys like they're the 27 Yankees.
They're the Yankees, but the 27 Yankees probably a little short of that team.
Well, that's the standard in case a lot of you out there don't know. The 27 Yankees were a great ball club, had some great hitters on there, and did some great hitting. But whenever you hear that 27 Yankees, you know that if it's a comparison, that club's really good. And that ball hit hard. And that's what happens when you're throwing a lot of pitches and you try to throw a strike and you got a man on or two. And it's a 3-0 Yankee lead.
And you're dealing with a guy that has hit a whole lot of home runs, got himself close to a $90 million free agent contract, and has now hit his 7th and driven in runs number 19, 20, and 21. So the Ford home run replay, a 3-run bomb in the first inning, base hit by Jeter, the costly walk to Teixeira on the full count, and then the first ball fastball gone to McCann. And just like that, 3-0 Yankees.
So here's Solarte. Young Gervis. Solarte. Switch hitter.
There's only been one catcher in major leagues to hit at least 20 home runs in each of the last 6 seasons, and that's the man you just looked at that hit the ball out of the ballpark. Odds are overwhelming he'll hit 20 again. That'll be 7 straight years. But he's the only catcher to do that. And that's why the Yankees, in their ballpark, wanted to pull hitting left-hand hitter.
Well, McCann, before this year's over, will probably hit 30 or more if he stays healthy.
That ballpark is absolutely made for him. Hasn't gotten off to the fastest start, but he is a powerful hitter.
He's a good player. Brian McCann is a good catcher. He's always going to be a favorite of mine when he would not let Gomez cross the plate. Meanwhile, after half inning of play, we trail at 3-0.
It's Eaton, Beckham, and Gillespie at the top, with Viciedo, Dunn, and Ramirez in the middle, and then Paulie the DH along with Diaz and Flowers rounding it out. The key defensive setup and how they'll line up behind Kuroda. It's Gardner, Ellsbury, and Ichiro in the outfield, with Solarte, Jeter, Roberts, and Johnson in the infield. Brian McCann behind the plate, and our Lexus Pursuing Perfection starting pitcher is Hiroki Kuroda, on for his 10th start. His record 3-3. His ERA a little higher than he would like at 4.61. He is a below 500 pitcher lifetime in this country. His best year a couple of years ago with the Yankees, where he was 16-11. He's got a good splitter. That's probably his wipeout pitch.
And before we show you our picks to click, you at home select yours, as right now we got to start digging. We got to start chipping away. And we don't have to get them all back in one swing. Let's just chip away and pick them up one at a time. Adam at 267. Takes it up high. He was 2 for 4 with an RBI last night. As I mentioned, got us off to that quick start. Leadoff single. Then in the second inning, RBI single. 1-1 to count from the 39-year-old right-hander. Kuroda 6'1", 205 pounds. 71-73 in his career. 2-2, as Steve told you earlier, against us. And that's into center field for a base hit, so a good way to start it.
Well, you got to love that, having Adam Eaton back in the lineup, having him do things like that, and eventually wind up scoring. So he got what appeared to be a slider up and took it right back through the middle, past the diving Brian Roberts, who doesn't have near the range he used to have, and a promising way to start the first inning.
So here's Beckham. Well, we just have a different personality, as we've been talking about it. Our club has a different personality when that man right there is in the lineup, especially when he's leading off, which he will be when he's in that lineup. That's outside. In fact, that was after that last game last night where he started us off in such fine fashion. On my drive home, I was thinking about this. He's going to be the best leadoff hitter we've had, certainly in the last 30 years here. He still has to improve his technique on stolen bases, which I think he will. Got just a short lead right now. He's the kind of guy, though, is wow. Where'd that come from?
Well, if he gets this one, it's going to be a tough night for the hitters, because that ball was off the plate. Our Menard's pitch track will show you that it was close, with probably an inch or so outside. Now the throw to first base, so heads up.
McCann looking over again over in the dugout. That pitch is high. Well, we had a lot of problems last time, DJ, on this road trip we were on. It was behind the plate.
That one had the zone. The first one,
yeah, but one of the two of them obviously is a ball.
If you're calling both a strike, then you got a bit of a problem. The second one was a strike.
Yeah, we had him in the third game down in Houston, and our guys were totally befuddled by his strike zone, as were not just our guy, the Astros as well. Two and two. And that's the result of that one low and away being called. A strike. You don't know what he's going to call, so you got to try to protect. Now all of a sudden, instead of a 17-inch plate, you're hitting to a 25-inch plate.
Gordon did a pretty good job, because that ball was a good 4 inches off the corner, and yet he was able to go out and spoil it and keep the at-bat alive.
There's a shot right to it. And he gets back in. Boy, that's a hang woofum for Beckham.
Heads up play by Solarte, because he didn't even hesitate. As soon as he caught the ball, and that was a rocket, he went right back to first base. And fortunately, he was able to get back in. I'm not sure exactly how. But because that throw was in the dirt, he was able to scamper back, and he did a good job of not getting doubled off. What's your philosophy? First inning, starting pitcher usually has a whole lot of difficulty. You get a base runner on, your philosophy out running early and maybe running yourself out of the inning, or try to put the pressure on him.
Well, you know, it's just not so much first inning, it's any inning. When you get your tools and put them into play, the tools you have at your disposal, let them work. Let them work. I don't care if it's first inning.
So if you have runners, let them run.
Oh, if you got the guys One of the greatest examples, I forget what year it was, Chuck Tanner was managing Oakland A's, and he told me before the season started, he said, I'm going to run guys out of the ballpark this year. I don't care how many times we get thrown out, we're going to run and we're going to steal bases. Well, they only stole like over 300.
I was going to say that was the 300+ stealing A's.
Gillespie hitting at 330, no homers, 15 knocked in. And the no homers really a surprise because he has hit a lot of shots in the right field. Unfortunately, they all had top spin. And that's softly hit in the center field. So with 2 out, let's check out our picks to click tonight. Commangio, our directing crew. Well, they went, let's see it. Steve's going with Gillespie and Terry Hamlin, Mike Williams, Eric Aldridge, Roger Clare, and I. We're going to go with Adam Dunn, who's on deck. And we'll get to the plate if, in fact, Tank can get aboard. Tank at 287, 4 homers, 16 knocked in. He was 0 for 4 last night.
Now that one you could have questioned the call.
Well, you know yourself, Steve, as a pitcher and hitters, they don't care what the strike zone is. Obviously, you'd like to have it if it's a strike, it's a strike, it's a ball, it's a ball. They don't care as long as you're consistent with it. That's all hitters want. That's all pitchers want. Just let me know what your strike zone is.
Okay. And for a starting pitcher, you want to know that if you're going to be given a pitch in the first inning and you're going to be around in the 7th, you want that same pitch in the same spot. If you're not going to get it, if the strike zone is floating, then you're going to have some problems with the umpire.
Well, that's where you call it an inconsistent zone. All they want you to do is just be consistent. That's all. You want to give a guy 3 or 4 inches off the outside corner, fine. But don't give him anything off the inside corner.
Larry Rothschild,
vice versa.
pitching coach. Now, most hitters would much rather have the umpire give a couple of inches outside where they can actually cover it as opposed to a few inches inside where it becomes really difficult.
Well, that's where it's changed from a hitting standpoint. It used to be the guys would rather have you. As we look at the 1-1 pitch, it's changed a little bit because it was high and low in the American League when they had the balloons.
Yeah, you would get a lot, and there was a lot of pitchers that if they use the same style, they could never pitch to that. Because everything letter high today, well, everything above the belt today is mostly a ball.
But those great ones, people ask that question a lot. Well, how would, there he goes. And he's safe. So he picks up his 3rd stolen base in 6 attempts. But a lot of people, how about those guys who would drill you, knock you down, headhunters? Big part of their game, you know, like the Drysdales, Gibsons. They would have adjusted. The answer I give them is they would have found a way. Those great ones would find a way. They would make adjustments.
I think the great ones in any era would still be great.
Yeah.
I mean, you're not going to be great in one era and all of a sudden you can't get it done in another era.
Pick him up right here, Tank. High chopper. Flarte very quick. He has a nice play. Ball gets away, and here comes Adam, and he's going to score. It's a 3-1 ball game, and a beaten.
Very good chance that that is going to be a base hit. We'll have to wait for the ruling. Slarte got rid of it quickly. It's a play that Teixeira would make at first, but Johnson is over there tonight, and he doesn't have quite the glove. This is a good splitter. And you see that ball get away from Kelly Johnson. That's got to be E3, I believe. Heads up base running by Adam Eaton. Takes the turn, sees the ball trickle away, and then realizes that no way Johnson can get him at the plate.
So here's Dunn. And that ball gets away. That ball was just absolutely all kind of movement on it. Yeah, Teixeira, one of the better first basemen in baseball. Look at the movement on that ball.
That goes as a pass ball for McCann. So it was indeed E3 on the Viciedo chopper. Inning should be over. It's not. And it's now a 2-run instead of a 3-run game.
Well, Eaton, we talked about it. He is our catalyst. Things like that change the whole psyche of a ball.
Stolen base. And not even close at second. And that sets up the run on the errant play. If he's at first base, it's no run.
And I just can't wait if he keeps going Micah Johnson till he gets up here and gets in that lineup. You're going to really see some game changers. And that ball gets away.
This one's going to be a wild pitch. So Kuroda throws just his second wild pitch. That's not the recommended way to go after it for McCann. He tried to backhand a ball that actually hit his shin guard. If you slide over, turn the glove over and just block it, runner does not advance.
Three and 0. They got that modified shift. Takes it right there. Surprised he didn't take that one and put a healthy hack at it.
The last 7 games, Adams driven in 7 runs.
That's softly hit into left field. Gardner coming on, and he makes the catch to save a run. That's that speed, that makeup speed as well defensively. But we get on the board. Adam Eaton scores, and it's after 1. It's 3-1 Yankees.
(3-1) is the score in favor of the Yankees. Chris Sale threw 86 pitches in last night's spectacular start, 19 of which were sliders. We talked to Tyler Flowers today, who said he might have mixed in a few too many of those, considering Sale was coming back from the disabled list. He might hear from the coaches as he goes forward, but he said this Yankees lineup, well, it's a bunch of aggressive hitters. Flowers also told us that as the game went on, because Sale was on a pitch count, they started to pitch to contact, trying to limit those pitches. Of course, trying to get the outs still, but also go a little bit further into the game. One more at-bat, one more inning. Of course, it worked. Sale telling us today that he's sore, but it's the good kind of sore, the normal kind, and that's terrific for him. Guys, back up to you in the booth.
All right, Jen, thank you very much. As here is Ichiro. Takes ball 1. Ichiro pinch hit last night, got a single right back through the middle, comes in hitting at 369, the 40-year-old veteran. He's going to be all state and 2 states.
He's 3 for 4 as a pinch hitter, and coming off the bench for a guy that has spent his entire career getting 4 and 5 and sometimes 6 at bats a game can't be easy.
Well, in his entire career, he hadn't been 40.
No, it's true. In either country.
He's faced Noesi 3 times, 0 for 3. As there's a strike.
Ichiro's off to a great beginning. This is his 36th game. That being said, he only has 65 at bats. He's been put in as a defensive replacement a lot.
Pretty good pitch. Noesi didn't get it. Kuroda got a couple of those in the first inning.
Last night, Chris Sale did everything you could possibly do and more. 6 innings, went 5 2/3 perfect, then gave up the hit. He fanned 10, no walks, 86 pitches, and Robbins said he was on a specified pitch count. He said, "I'm not going to tell you or anybody else." Chris knew what the pitch count was, and didn't seem to affect him at all as he kept his stuff throughout the 6 innings.
Well, that's the way to do it. Everything is self-induced in any game and anything in life. And if you keep telling a guy, well, you're only going to go 80 pitches, or you're only going to go 100 pitches, or you're only going to go 65 pitches, they should tell him, hey, we're on an unspecified pitch count, and I will let you know when you get there. Oh, look at this. Knocks it down, goes to second, and rack him up. Beautiful recovery right there by Hector.
Roberts still runs, although he might not have the speed he used to, and this is a terrific play. Fortunately, it was on the glove side, and he was able to get the glove down, knock it down, corral it, and then make a very strong 1-6-3 double play.
And fortunately, he had the arm of Alexei Ramirez. So here's Kelly Johnson, the first baseman. But yeah, you get guys, you get pitchers, you know it yourself. You never own a pitch count. But you get guys who, when they get near that allotted pitch number that they're going to have, they start looking at that scoreboard.
Well, they never told us anything about a pitch count. And so that was probably a good thing. They might have had it in their mind, and they might have known when your stuff started to drop off. But the best pitch count always was the pitching coach and the manager, if he was aware of pitchers, and when he started to roll the breaking ball.
He gone. We go to the bottom of the 2nd inning, trailing 3-1.
Light. Just moments ago, some recognition for Matt Thornton, coming back to where he spent so much time and was so effective.
A lot of memories from Matt. 8 years in the Sox uniform, and a nice guy too. Good teammate. Did a heck of a job for us, and we wish him the best.
512 games, and you have an ERA in the low threes. You're getting it done.
So here's Alexei. That's into left center field. Watch out, boys. And a good job by Gardner.
Got two of the fastest guys on the field, and at the end of the day, center fielder Jacoby Ellsbury takes command, but not before there's almost a collision.
So here comes Konerko. Paulie, 1 for 4 last night. He's faced Kuroda 12 times, and he has a couple of hits. Takes first pitch strike.
For a whole lot of these Japanese pitchers, it's really a shame that they don't get here near their prime. They get here toward the end of their careers and try to make the most of what they have. In the case of Hugh Darvish, it's a little different. He came here in his prime, and he's been a very strong pitcher.
The Rabu and Matsuzaki, those guys came over with such fanfare. Rabu did okay, but not to the degree of the hype and everything.
Well, Daisuke had one really big year with Boston, and then that really is about it. Then he got hurt. And one thing you need to scout is the work ethic of these various guys. And with Matsuzaka, prevailing wisdom was he didn't quite work hard enough to get back to what he was in that 18-game win season with the Red Sox.
Nice throw off balance, but he gets it. 2 down. Well, unfortunately, there are a lot of things, to this day, with all the technology we have and all the information we have and everything else that we have, we still have a lot of loose ends.
Probably always will be.
I hope so, to tell you the truth. Yeah. I sure hope so, because when it comes time that they can get everything on you, we're all in trouble. When Big Brother comes out like that, we're all in trouble. That's up high. Yaza, 182. 1 for 3 with an RBI last night, and 6 for 11 lifetime against the rookie.
Pretty strong numbers against Kuroda. Kuroda, growing up, experienced practice in baseball from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. That is a long day's work.
Well, if most of it was done running, that's one thing.
That's a lot of running.
I don't care. It's better than a lot of throwing.
You're running for 15 hours?
You don't want somebody throwing a pitcher throwing for 15 hours.
No.
As he strikes him out. So a 1-2-3 inning. And we'll go to the third, trailing by 2.
chance to have it shown on our broadcast later in the game. That's brought to you by AT&T.
Top of the order here in the top of the third for the Yankees. Gardner, Jeter, Ellsbury. Gardner lined out hard to Gillespie at third. Takes first pitch strike. Pulls it back, and the count 1-1.
Outfield dead straight away for Gardner.
Noesi is not getting the low pitch as Kuroda is so far.
That ball rifled off to the left. Fortunately, everybody appears to be okay. I think both Flowers and Noese thought that might have been good enough.
That's hit hard. That figures. So good speed aboard.
It's ladies' night at the ballpark, and the ladies get a chance to get a massage, lose all that stress. It's one of the many features of ladies' night, and it's a pretty good crowd here tonight.
And it's warranted. As here's Jeter. He had their first hit, scored their first run. There's a bunt. It's a good bunt. Can't get it. Base hit.
Outstanding bunt by a man who has done it many times during the course of his career. And it's a two-way bunt. The worst case scenario is they throw you out at first and you get a sacrifice. The best case scenario for the Yankees is you beat it out. And he did indeed beat it by a half step. Jeff Nelson, the crew chief, on the call.
So here is Ellsbury. Well, it all goes back to the leadoff hitter. He had at least 4 strikes, maybe 5 in that at bat. And meanwhile, he's standing on second base. Ellsbury went out to his counterpart, Adam Eaton.
Connor Gillespie is in on the grass at third, and Ellsbury does not have a sacrifice this year.
Oh, and 2 the count. And that's into left field. Gardner tagging, but he's not going anywhere. 1 out. And join us for Friday Night Trivia next Friday, May 13th, in the Miller Lite Bullpen Sports Bar at 7:30. That's when teams of 2 to 6 fans can compete in 3 innings of trivia. Now, each member of the winning team will win a ticket to the all-inclusive home plate club for a future game. Must have a game ticket and be at least 21 years old to enter the Miller Lite Bullpen Sports Bar. So visit WhiteSox.com/Fridays for more details. Teixeira walked and scored. That ball hit hard, but we got a man there. Comes on in. That ball might be funny. A little bit like it almost knuckled. Now, he didn't hit it that hard, but I'd say, you don't know what the ball's going to do with these maple bats.
Oh, it seemed like that was a knuckleball going out there to Eaton because it sounded like he hit it hard.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it started to drop right away and didn't take off.
So here's McCann, and here's what he did with a couple of guys on in the first inning.
Got a first ball fastball and drilled it out of the park.
Pretty good pitch, didn't get it. That was it right there for him. That was Jim Dandy right there.
Pretty high pitch count early for Hector.
And the count 1-2. Two on, two out, 2 balls, 2 strikes.
There's a skipper, Joe Girardi. Last couple of years really had his hands full with some devastating injuries.
Another full count. Well, Joe is. There's only one word that you can say about him the last couple of years you mentioned. That's good. He has been very good. Doing it with mirrors.
Joe came on the open market. There was a lot of clubs, including one on the north side, thought they had a good shot at him. At the end, his son Dante said, "Dad, don't make me move." And I think that might have been the deciding factor.
2 out, payoff pitch. Chase ball 4. And that'll retire the side. Big out right there in the scheme of things. Meanwhile, we trail it 3-1.
Catch John Danks take the mound. It's White Sox Yankees tomorrow at 12:30 on Comcast Sportsnet.
Bottom of the third and a 3-1 Yankee lead. 3-run homer by Ryan McCann in the first.
Tyler Flowers to lead it off, hitting .306. He's hit 3 home runs. He's driven in 15. Swinging the bat very well, especially when he gets down in the count. Much different than it's been the last couple of years. He's entirely healthy and making the most of it.
Tyler Flowers. Tyler hitting at .306. 1 for 2 last evening and 0 for 2 against Kuroda. Softly hit. Jeter knows he's got plenty of time. And you can join the White Sox for a sports and marketing career fair. A sports and marketing career fair on Friday, May 30th from 4:30 to 7. The participants will have the opportunity to network with a host of sports clubs and marketing companies. So specially priced game tickets can be purchased at whitesox.com/job. So here is Adam, has our only hit and scored. Also picked up stolen base. One out, 1 ball, 1 strike. We were talking about the 300 plus stolen bases by the Oakland A's, which I counted that was in '76. I mentioned that he said they didn't get how many times he didn't care how many times they got thrown out. They stole 341 bases, got thrown out 123 times. There's another base hit by our leadoff man.
Last time he stole second very easily. He picked the right pitch and no chance at all for McCann, who does not have a cannon for an arm. Throw him out at second base.
So here's Beckham. He's 0 for 1. He just absolutely destroyed one. A rocket down to Solarte at third. Gordon's been swinging that bat well.
Especially well over the last 16 games, hitting .343. 3 home runs, driven in 9. But what that doesn't tell you is how many times, just like the first inning, he hit the ball right on the screws and hit it at somebody. So he's actually hitting a lot better than .343 would indicate, and that's pretty good.
got that one by him. One and two the count. And want to send a big White Sox hello to one of the best baseball writers we've had in Chicago. Not writing baseball right now, Alan Solomon.
Became a travel writer, I believe.
Wasn't that amazing?
Yes.
Somebody decided he's
Just
one of the
send
best
him on
baseball.
vacation?
Yeah, that somebody decided one of the great baseball writers in Chicago ought to be doing travel. So they're trying to revamp, justification of position, trying to revamp the system. The travel writer, which he was a great travel writer. Talking with Susan Wallman, one of the Yankee announcers, about it. As he gets him right there, so 2 down for the game. And that'll bring up Gillespie, going out to center field. Three runs on 4 hits, 1 error for their guys. 1 run on 2 hits and no errors for our guys.
You would think this would be a situation for Eaton to steal, or at least attempt it.
A rhythm. Base stealing is a rhythm. And a technique.
Well, now pretty much knowing that you're not going to see a pitch out, not on 1-0. Good pitch to run.
And according to who's on the mound and according to who the manager is, 1-0 at times was the perfect pitch out with a guy who could run at first base, but you had to have the right guy on the mound.
You better have a guy that can throw strikes on the mound.
That's exactly right.
Or you've got some big problems.
Exactly right.
Because if you don't guess right, now you're in a big hole. A little bit bigger lead at first.
I bet you it's been, that I can recall, maybe have seen it since then, but I bet you it's been 35 years, 30 or 35 years since I've seen a 1-0 pitch out. Alvin Dark, I saw him pitch out 3 times in a row. Don Buford was on first base.
Did he get him the 3rd time?
No.
That ball was way out of the zone, and Connor expanded that zone and gave Kuroda a break.
Certain managers have done certain things. I saw Don Zimmer at old Comiskey Park hit and run with the bases loaded.
He did that twice.
Yeah, I saw both of them. The first time I saw it was old Comiskey Park. Bob Montgomery was the hitter. Best offensive manager I've ever seen was Tony La Russa, and he couldn't hit. It's amazing. Hits the bag. So now get back at him. Yeah, he'll get back. So 2 out, 2 on.
I'm not sure how Johnson missed it, but he did. And then instead of going down the right field line, It caromed right back in the middle of the infield.
Yeah, that's a bad break for us.
Because Johnson's right there. And it hit right off Jeff Nelson.
That was the Nelson it hit?
Yep.
Yep, well, that's a bad break for us.
It hit Nelson. If it goes down the line and doesn't hit Nelson, well, there's a chance that Eaton could score. As it turned out, he's anchored at second base.
And that's just a bad break.
Come on, Jeff, you got to move better than that.
Jeff, he's good on fire. He didn't want to get hit with that thing.
No, I don't think you ever want to get hit.
No. So instead of having ducks on the pond, or maybe man a second, one in, we have first and second, two out, and here's Tank. He reached on an error by Johnson. That was a high chopper to third. Solarte made a good play, very good play, made the throw. Nelson could not hang on to it. Johnson, I should say. Two and 0 the count.
Big man Adam Dunn in the on deck circle. Viciato can keep it alive. A banner year walk wise for Tank. He's got 13 of them.
Well, again, you got to go back to Todd Steverson. I mean, it's just that simple. And the job that we have seen so far in this our 49th game. So you're talking about 50 games. That's plenty of time to get a good evaluation. And so far it has been not good. It's been terrific. And that will load him up. Adam Dunn.
That's walk number 14.
So Solarte will vacate his third base position and go out on the first base side of second on the outfield grass. Jeter moves over towards the hole. And Roberts out there in short right field. Adam popped up to left field that Gardner made a good catch on. Diving, sliding catch that saved a run. That was to end the first inning.
Here's our AT&T U-verse multi-view. Very good speed at third. And adequate speed at second and first.
Throwing in the dirt. Throw that splitter in the dirt. And the count 2-0. Kuroda looks in. He's been getting that pitch. Didn't get that one. Just a little too high for Adam.
He got the fastball he was looking for, but this ball just above the belt, and Adam would like it a little lower.
Yeah, about 4 inches lower, and that might have been history there.
Although nobody's up at this point, they're starting to rustle in the bullpen.
This will be the 54th pitch by Rhoda. Bottom of the 3rd inning. So they're going to be in that pen.
That time he cut a fastball to him, and that went right over the hands of Dunn.
Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 out. Sacks packed with socks. That ball hit hard into center field, but he's back there right on the track and makes the catch. For a moment, it had a chance and then just died. So we'll go to the 4th. It is still 3-1 Yankees.
Sox in game live on CSNChicago.com. Brought to you by Comcast Business Class.
Solarte, Suzuki, and Roberts. This guy has really been a nice find for Brian Cashman.
Especially as long as it took to get to the major leagues for him, and as many buses as he rode, finally to get an opportunity and making the most of it.
There's a strike. There's a guy, I just mentioned his name, Brian Cashman, who, because he's in New York, everybody has heard his name a lot. But he still, in my opinion, there's a chopper 2 hopper, is still under the radar as far as being recognized as a terrific general manager, which he is.
I think you have a tendency to just assume, because you do have a lot of money to spend, and he does have a lot of money to spend, that you're going to always make the right decisions. Brian's made a lot of right decisions in deciding where to allocate all of those funds. Now, has he made mistakes? Of course. If he didn't make mistakes, he wouldn't be making any moves. But it's the little fill-in moves that he's made that have really helped this team also.
Well, if you're 50-50, you're a good general manager. If you're 60-40, you're outstanding. Because you're going to, and if you don't make any moves, you don't have any stones. You don't have, and you won't be there for very long. That's foul back to even the count at 1. The ball is striking out here in the top of the 4th inning.
One of the most unusual ways to swing the bat that Ichiro has employed since he came to this country. Employed it certainly in Japan, but you'd never teach it to anybody because there's very few people who could move just about every part of their body and still keep their hands back and hit. But he can do it.
Well, the secret is you got to find a way to keep your hands back, and he's found it. He found it. He figured it out. I don't care what you do as long as you keep your hands back.
Well, as you can see, for a career, he's been very impressive. Be the Hall of Fame in 2 countries.
Full count with 1 out. I'm going to walk this guy. Make him hit his way on. Fouls it down off his foot. They very seldom see him do that.
Well, that pitch, if he was going to make any contact, it could go no place else but his foot because that ball was a good 6 inches inside. You look at a good curve off the plate. He's just trying to stay alive and get a piece of himself.
So that's the second walk. The second walk issued to Suzuki, third issued by Nwesi. The first one to Shera in the first inning scored. So here's Roberts. He hit into a 1-6-3 double play. If you're just tuning in, Sox trying to do something they have not done in 41 years. That's win 8 in a row against the Yankees at home. Sox also doing something a little different this year than last. Last year, at this point in the season, we were up high. We were 11-17 against teams with 500 or better. This year we're 13-8.
13-8 with a crippled up ball club.
Yeah.
There was a time where if you walked Ichiro, he was going to take off. Back in 2001 with Seattle, 56 stolen bases. That led the league. That's the year he hit 350. That was his first year in the major leagues. Career-wise, just a great percentage for stolen bases.
Well, he's done it all with the offense, and he's done it all with the defense. Great right fielder, great arm, great range, great instincts. Two-one pitch. There he goes. Foul now.
That one right off the leg of Roberts. And looks like he's hobbling on his right knee. With Ichiro going, Roberts fouls it off his right knee.
It looks like it was just above. Well, you and I talk about it almost every game. It's unbelievable, the angles. These guys are fouling balls off their body parts.
Which parts of their anatomy they're able to foul it off of. I don't know how that one got quite as high as it did.
Well, you know, one of the reasons being is that most guys today are standing a lot further off the plate than they were, say, 25, 35, 40, 50 years ago. They had a lot more guys standing on top of the plate. Now, if you're standing on top of the plate and you foul it down, that front leg's already gone. So that's because you're bailing if you're standing on top of the plate. So you got it out of the way. Now when you're diving in, that front leg is still right there. And when you foul it down, it's catching a good part like it did on him. Two balls, two strikes. So that's a souvenir left side. Bottom of the 8th at Comerica Park. Tigers leading Texas 7-2.
You'd have to figure the Tigers were going to come back and break that losing streak fairly soon. They were losers of 4 in a row.
That's Anibal Sanchez on the bump. And that ball into left center field. A little bit of a different approach right there that Adam made. Meanwhile, 2 down.
Kelly Johnson has some pretty decent power. These days not going to hit much for an average, but he can put a charge into it if you leave it down in middle end.
They got a shift on for him. 3-4-1 for them, 1-3-0 for us. That's low. So Oakland, the only team with 30 wins in the major leagues. They're trailing Toronto 3-2. Bottom of the 8th up in Canada. We have 24. Yankees have 24. There's the strike. High strike call.
Rob Thompson, the third base coach, going through his set of signs. Mick Kelleher, the first base coach.
Well, I tell you, we talked about it last night. They have a really good coaching staff. That's outside. As do we. There's Tony. One of the most charismatic catchers to ever play this game. Boy, watching him catch was a lot of fun. When you're catching Roger Clemens, you say, hey, come on. He didn't even give him a sign.
Watching the joy he approached his job with.
That's why it was fun to watch.
And they got 3 major league managers on the coaching staff. Tony was a major league manager. Larry Rothschild, a major league manager. And of course, Joe Girardi.
2-2. Nice play by Brett Gardner.
There's a look at Larry Rothschild, longtime pitching coach, and had his shot at managing.
So another full count. Next pitch will be number 81.
You're going to throw a fastball to Johnson. It's best to try to keep it up. So you get it down, he can hit it a long way. Like a changeup here.
So the second walk of the inning. And that will bring out Coop. And Sox fans, first 20,000 fans on Saturday, June 14th, will receive a White Sox cap presented by the Private Bank. Private Bank, we solve for X. Purchase your tickets, whitesox.com or 866-SOX-GAME. Two on, two out. Brett Gardner, the hitter. Gardner's lined very hard to Gillespie at third, and he singled back through the middle, leading off last inning. Pegs away high.
Outstanding numbers with runners in scoring position. That's where he finds himself here. Gardner last year, who had 10 triples, 52 driven in.
And that's in the short center field. Alexei will take charge, make the play, and that'll retire the side. They get a couple on, don't score, but they lead it 3-1.
One in favor of the Yankees. All right, this is day 6 of Jose Abreu's 15-day DL stint with his ankle injury. We spoke to Jose today, who says he doesn't like it at all. This has been very difficult for him. In fact, he hates watching. He said he wants to do everything he possibly can to get back out on the field and help the team as soon as possible. Now, he has been wearing that walking boot. He was wearing it again today. He thinks he'll have it on for about 3 more days, but he sees no reason why he shouldn't be able to return when the 15 days have expired. He did say, however, he expects to make some changes to his hitting routine. When asked what that meant, he wouldn't elaborate. When asked if it was DHing a little bit more, he said, no. I don't like that at all. Guys, back up to you.
Okay, Jen, thank you. As here is Alexei. That breaking ball high and inside. Alexei 0 for 1. El Cañon, the cannon. Big Bertha.
Well, you would be surprised. It seems like a natural transition to be a DH because you're getting 4 or 5 at bats a day, but most guys don't like it at all. Those guys that are used to playing every day, they feel much more a part of it. It's an art to be a designated hitter and get yourself ready without going to the field. And when you're not used to it, it's tough to do.
And especially when you play a good first base like he has. I mean, you know, what we were told before we got spring training and everything was totally erroneous.
Now,
So
he's been very good at first base.
He's been very good at first base. He's got good hands, good range. And he cured the one problem he had, getting out there too quick on the low throws. He's cured that. Right now he's just cooking defensively with the leather. And that's off Alexei.
I think realizing that, number one, there is a designated hitter in this league, and when you're in your mid-20s, the last thing you want to do is to move to that spot before you have to. So he'd just as soon be a part of it and play every day.
Yeah, if you're a Dick Stewart, former first baseman, that's one thing.
That's a different story.
Dick Stewart, they call him Dr. Strangeglove. But he could hit.
He could hit, but you find very few first basemen that are actually hit in the butt with a one-hopper. And he was. So
he's done worse than that.
When that happens to you, obviously, if you're not facing the field, it gets to be a little more difficult to field.
Well, there are extenuating circumstances, so. Here's the payoff. Foul that back. I got hit right in the butt. Spring training down right in Brighton. No, excuse me, Fort Myers when the Pirates were there. Willie Stargell was hitting. They were killing us like 13-1 or 13-2. Counts 3-0, so he's not going to be hitting, right? Well, he was hit. He hit a rocket one hopper right at me, scared me to death. I just fell straight back and hit me right in the butt.
I was going to say, how could you turn around fast enough to get out of the way
of that? I couldn't. And there's a base hit. So the leadoff single. That's just the 4th hit. For us, hits are even now 4-piece, but they lead at 3-1 on that 3-run homer by Brian McCann. And here's Paulie. Alexei 9 for 10 on stolen bases.
One right into the dugout, right over the screen. And it just missed Adam Eaton, hitting him in the back.
Ball hit hard, just foul. Dadgummit. That was close. One out.
That one started out outside and went outside further. Take a look where this one shows up. Paulie just got fooled. Started his swing, could not check it out.
So this will be pitch number 66 for Kuroda here with 3 1/3 worked. Alexei struck out on a fastball his first trip. Pitch out, nothing on. That ball softly hit down the line and foul.
With the career numbers that Alejandro has lifetime against Kuroda, you expect him to do some damage, but not the first time up. He takes a long look down at Joe McEwing.
Well, we're going to score some more runs in this game. In fact, through 49 games last year, we'd scored 177 runs. This year, and this is our 50th game. Through 49, we've scored 237 runs. So 60 more runs this year through 49 games. We are third in the major leagues, only behind Colorado and Oakland. Pretty good lead by Alexei. One and two to the Ozza.
Last pitch was a good splitter, and Alejandro just shaking his head. That's the pitch that got him in the second inning.
Off the end of the bat, the shuffle, no peg, 2 down.
Really no chance at all for Roberts on this one. Piazza gets down the line quickly, and rather than risk throwing it away, Roberts just holds it, and wisely so.
So here's Tyler. Tyler grounded out to Jeter. Alejandro 5 for 8 in stolen bases.
Kuroda throwing a pretty good slider tonight. He's been able to keep it down and away from the right-hand hitters, throwing it just frequently enough to keep them off his splitter.
And there's a base hit, yes. So Diaz now, they've got a left fielder and a center fielder and a right fielder. probably the best speed in all of baseball in the outfield. Getting to the balls, it's hard to go for first and third.
His ball out of way, and a good piece of hitting by Tyler. It's a good pitcher's pitch. He was able to just barely ease it over the head of Derek Jeter. And keeps it alive for Adam Eaton, who's been perfect.
2 for 2. So 2 on, 2 out. Takes first pitch strike. Count evens at 1. Second of this 4-game series for the Yankees. Tomorrow, Danks against Nuno. And on Sunday, Rienzo against Tanaka. Both those games for you right here on Comcast Sportsnet. And Cleveland comes to town for 3, followed by San Diego after an off day next Thursday. So 11 days, 10 games on this homestand. Can. Outfield slightly to the left, spread out about equidistant. Just over the head. The ball's thrown away. So here comes Diaz. He's going to score. Tyler in the third. Adam Eaton with that speed. You can't beat it. Pressure. It puts pressure on the defense. That's a base hit.
It's going to be base hit E4. And Adam Eaton now 3 for 3. As soon as this one gets over the head of Kuroda, it becomes a very difficult play for Brian Roberts. Roberts has to charge it. He's got to take it bare hand. In the same motion he's got to throw. It's way in the dirt ahead of Johnson. He gets eaten up with this throw, and it's into the dugout.
You can't beat speed for putting pressure on the opposition. As now, here's Beckham. He's 0 for 2.
Boy, it's nice to have Adam back, isn't it?
Oh, he's our catalyst. I mean, as you know, we've had Alexis, our MVP. We have Abreu, who's just Abreu, the candidate. And we got Adam. I mean, it's just fun to watch. And one of these days, I mentioned, you're going to have Micah Johnson. I'd rather have 4 guys who can run and steal bases in the lineup than 4 guys who can't run but can't hit home runs. You're going to have more pressure through 162 games that way than you will with the long ball.
You get a ballpark that's conducive to home runs. You don't have to be a gigantic home run hitter to hit them out of here.
No, so
but speed plays really well on the road as well as at home.
One and 2 the count. Gordon is lined very hard to third and struck out. And one thing to be considered too is down the road a little bit. I don't know how long it's going to be, but they're going to do something to help the pitchers to try to curtail some of these injuries. I don't know if it's going to be raising the mound or what it's going to be. But they're going to do something to help the pitchers out. And when they do that, hitting home runs is going to get a little tougher. So you better think about speed.
You're seeing it now, where a lot of organizations are going to 3 or 4 men in their lineup on a daily basis that can run. And you consistently put pressure on the infield and outfield defense, it's going to turn into runs.
There's a soft comebacker. But the pressure put on by Adam Eaton, who's 3 for 3. We score another run, and we trail it by 1.
Play, and Derek Jeter was reminiscing about some highlights in this ballpark during the course of his career and what he's done against the White Sox. And it's 1996 and it's August 14th, and he's battling James Baldwin for the Rookie of the Year. He steps up, hits a line drive rocket out of the ballpark. He of course wound up winning the Rookie of the Year and went on to have just a spectacular Hall of Fame career. Look at those numbers: 13-time All-Star, 5-time Gold Glove, 5 World Series titles, the MVP in 2000, one of the great clutch hitters of our time, and 3,358 hits, 8th all-time.
Well, he's been something special. There's no question about that. I remember the first at bat he had against us in Yankee Stadium. We had a left-hander named Mike Bertotti out on the mound. First pitch he threw to him, he threw it right behind his shoulders.
And welcome to the league.
Yeah, and I mean it was a good knockdown, a real good knockdown. And Jeter gets up. All of a sudden he looks out at Bertotti for maybe, I don't know, 5 or 6 seconds. Gets back in the box. Next pitch he hit a rocket right back through the middle. I looked at Wimpy. I said, Wimpy, we might be seeing something special here.
Well, he turned out to be prophetic because he's been every bit of that and maybe a little more.
Well, he's, as I said last night, I think probably doing a lot of thinking. I have that drive every day that I have a chance to do a lot of thinking. And I was going over it, and my all-time favorite baseball player was George Brett. And I'm not so sure that Jeter's not right there. I mean, just, but as far as there is Connor, easy play for him. 1 out. But I'm not so sure that you take Lasorda, and as I mentioned last night, you take Ripken, I'm not sure that guy right there is not the greatest ambassador we have ever had for the game of baseball as a player and a man who you want to represent you.
Fortunate part about what's happened during his career and that he had no control over was the stage in which he had to ply his craft.
That's why he's the greatest ambassador.
Yeah, he had the biggest stage, was the captain.
That's foul. Yeah, you can't be, in my opinion, it's hard to be the definitive greatest in any sport and anything. But you certainly, in my opinion, can't be considered the greatest. Now, Michael Jordan, a little different story. I think Michael Jordan's the greatest basketball player that ever lived. That's just my opinion. But you have to have the stage. You take relievers. There have been a lot of great relievers. Eckersley, Goose, all those guys, great relievers.
Mariano.
The best, number one, only because he had the stage.
Yeah.
He did it in playoffs. Derek has had the stage and he's done it. That's right size, wrong shape.
Well, although the MVP and all the other awards have to be in before the postseason because that's how you consider it, because some guys never make it. Reputations and legacies are made in this game and just about every other game in the postseason. That's what you remember, and that's what you'll remember from Derek Jeter.
2-2 the count.
There were some great players in basketball that never wanted the ball late. Michael always wanted the ball late. Baseball players, same thing. There's some guys who were wonderful players, but they never wanted to be standing there with 2 outs in the 9th inning. You got the feeling for Derek Jeter that he relished that moment because you saw him excel in that moment for his entire career. You want to be the guy that determines the outcome of the ball game, regardless of what sport you're in. Those are the special players. Those are the guys that build a reputation that will go on through the ages, and Jeter is one of those guys.
That's out of play. Ellsbury. Well, if he'd have been a basketball player, he'd have been the guy who wanted the ball in the last 10 seconds. Last minute when you were down 5. He'd have been the guy. Those are special, special people. He gone. But what gave Michael? Ellsbury now 0 for 3. Just a second strikeout. But what gave Michael the stage were the finals.
That's
the finals.
That's usually the case.
Yeah, the finals. It wasn't the playoffs. It was the finals of the playoffs. That's what it was. The World Series with basketball. That's what gave him. There, as you mentioned, before Michael, my all-time favorite basketball player was Jerry West. Cabin Creek, West Virginia. Wilt Chamberlain was a great basketball player. Bob Cousy was a great basketball. The guy who's talked about the least in basketball was Oscar Robertson to me. Oscar Robertson was fine.
Yes, he was. Out of Cincinnati. And a great one.
Yeah. Crispus Attucks. That's out of play. Teixeira walked, scored, and lined out to Adam in center.
Meanwhile, after that 3-run homer in the first inning, Hector has settled down. We've seen it before from him, getting in trouble early and then settling down and putting some innings up.
Backdoor to Migo. We're halfway home, trailing 3-2. go much, buddy. And also, the White Sox will remind fans to arrive early for tomorrow and Sunday's games against these Yankees. Everybody's going to be winded, so earlier you get here, the faster you get through the lines. And this is just not a White Sox policy. This is an MLB policy for every ballpark, for every game. So Saturday, the gates will open at approximately 11:40. And as Chuck just told you, our Chuck, first 20,000 fans will receive Chris Sale bobblehead. On Sunday, the gates will open at approximately 11:10. And that's for Family Sunday. Also a pregame video tribute and gift presentation to Yankees captain Derek Jeter. Make your plans to be with us. Connor, 1 for 2, an infield single. They get a shift on for him. Again, it just amazes me to see how long it took guys to understand that the shifts work.
And now they're using shifts on guys that you'd never think they would be shifting on.
I mean, it's just been done 25 years ago. Well, it was done back in the 40s and 50s.
But there was another factor, too, when they were shifting on Ted Williams, when Lou Boudreau brought the shift in on Ted Williams. What he was trying to force Ted to do was to give up his power. He knew he was a dead pull hitter, but he wanted him to just take the base hit they were offering and take away the power.
Well, he did it all the time, though. He did it even when the game was, out of hand. He did it.
Well, he did it to aggravate him then.
And Whitey Herzog was really the first guy to institute the shift for implementing that issue, that reason. He did it with guys like Jim Rice of the Red Sox. He'd give him the whole right side. The whole right side. He'd use 4 outfielders for him. Put the one guy instead of the shift, he'd put him in the outfield. And that was when it was a close ball game, to keep him in the ballpark. Outfield straight up, spread out for Gillespie. And it's a high pop up. Garden. So 1 out. So here's Viciato. Reached on an error and also walked. Adam Dunn on deck. Yeah, it seems like it takes 1 or 2 managers to start doing it, and then the rest of them fall in line.
Well, when most of the guys started to shift, they would just shift everybody over, and the shortstop would be the guy that was playing on the first base side of second. And then they realized that putting a third baseman to cover all 90 feet between those bases on the left side was not what you're looking for.
There's a one hopper down to Solarte. Boy, he has some good moves down there.
Got a strong arm, good range to either side.
Some good moves.
Well, now because they realize that if you can leave the shortstop there and only shift one player, the third baseman, over, he's used to not covering a whole lot of ground. The shortstop is used to covering as much ground as anybody in the infield, and now everybody is starting to do that.
Well, their understanding of moving one guy is a lot better than moving 2 out of position. So here is Dunn. Popped up to left and lined out with the bases loaded to center. Looks at that pitch low and away.
Scott Carroll was moved to the bullpen, and somebody had to go when Chris Sale came back Frank Francisco was designated for assignment. And Scott, in talking about it, said he was just happy that they thought enough of what he had done so far to earn him a spot in that pen as the long man, or the first man out of the bullpen.
Checks it up, fouls it off.
That would have been a nice little spiffy double if it stayed between the lines. And Chris Sale, coming off just an outstanding performance, said that the soreness was natural, feeling pretty good, and you could hardly do any better than he did last night.
Another chopper foul. Well, when you retire the first 17 guys you face, then you give up a base hit, then you get the next guy, then you're out of the game. That's about as good as you can do, almost.
But the stuff was crisp. Each and every one of his pitches were there. The straight change, the slider, fastball to both sides.
He had Nintendo stuff last night.
It was just, obviously unhittable. Whole lot of pitches so far. 93rd on the way.
Had 93-mile-an-hour fastball and a full count. Hit him over that State Farm sign out there. And there's ball 4. And you can visit participating Chicagoland Great Clip salons by May 30th for the Great Clip Summer Sweepstakes details. Now the grand prize winner is going to throw out the first pitch on Mullet Night. And Mullet Night is Friday, June 13th. Plus White Sox tickets and a pregame patio party. So WhiteSox.com or 866 Sox game.
Adam Dunn, that's his 33rd walk of the year. And nobody else on the ball club is even close. 14 walks is the closest, and that's Viciedo, surprisingly.
That ball hit high and deep. Gardner back at the wall, looks up. You can put it on the ball. Yes! Yeah! A 2-run homer by Alexei, and the Sox lead it 4-3.
Home run number 7, RBIs 33 and 34. It's a first ball fastball. It's up in the zone, and Alexei takes it out. A Ford home run replay is another home run by Ramirez that puts the club on top. He knew it was gone. He dropped the bat, realizing he had gotten enough of it. Gardner goes back, runs out of room, and just like that, for the first time tonight, the Sox have the lead.
Well, we're going to score some runs. Paulie 0 for 2. So Alexei now has passed his home run total from last year. With 34 RBIs.
Well, you always say it's not how many you get, it's when you get them. He's gotten some big ones this year.
It's not what you hit, it's when you hit it. A lot of guys are much better hitters when the score is 10-2. Either way.
We've seen a lot of those.
Either way. When you're winning or losing. But you get tight ball games now. That young man right there, Alexei, has been the man with the leather and the lumber. He's been our MVP. Paulie right now is, because of the strike zone, it's just trying. He is in what you would call emergency protection. And he lines that one. Now that is a good professional at bat right there. He knew that's when you change to plan B. Take the home run out of the equation, because you're not going to get a pitch that you can do anything with. He didn't, and he hit it hard.
And that's going to be it for Kuroda as Joe Girardi comes walking out. Kuroda in triple digits in pitches. He is trailing. And so we'll step out and be back.
The StubHub, where you can earn 2% back in fan rewards on every purchase, including White Sox tickets. So, plus, with the all-in pricing, there are no surprise fees at checkout. StubHub, your tickets, upgrades, and more.
Pretty big right-hander coming in, Dellin Betances. He's 6'8", 2-0 this year, 173 ERA, 45 strikeouts in 26 innings. I talked with Alexi before the game about Betances, and he said he has a great slider, and certainly it comes from a good angle, because he is a large fellow.
6'8", 260, 26 years old. He was born in New York and resides in New York. So we have 2 in, they're 2 out, 1 on, and here's Diaza. $80-mile-an-hour breaking ball. Fastball at 94. 2-0 the count. And there's a little flipper caught by Jeter. But the 2-run homer by Alexi Ramirez will go to the 6th, leading 4-3.
Blackhawks postgame live. Go inside the locker room, hear from Coach Q, and get the breakdown on Game 3 of the Western Conference Final. Blackhawks postgame live tomorrow after the Blackhawks game.
McCann, Solarte, and Ichiro. 4-8-0 for us, 3-4-2 for them, and this is the reason right here that they have the 3 runs. Ryan McCann, get the shift on. Takes first pitch strike. That 3-run homer in the first, and he grounded to Gillespie in the third. Ball hit high and deep. 1 out.
Couple of steps to spare. McCann took Adam Eaton in the middle of the track, and then it just died. So he hit it hard. It was right down the middle, but not quite far enough.
Solarte. One of the 3 switch hitters in this lineup. Takes up high, ball 1. He has gone out to right and grounded to second. There's a strike.
Scott Downs loosening in the pen. Yankees and Sox came in with an identical batting average, the difference being almost a run more per game by the Sox offense over the Yankees. Yankees had problems scoring runs last year. They scored 650 of them. That was the lowest total they had scored for the last 23 years. So offense has been problematic.
Three and 1. We don't need any walks. Full count.
Took a little something off that. In a fastball situation, if you can get anything over the plate other than a fastball, you're going to be in good shape. And this is a straight change. He had Solarte well out in front of it.
That's the 5th walk. Coming with 1 out here in the top of the 6th, and here it is each row. He's walked twice.
And they want to see if Downs is ready. There you look at the numbers. 3 runs in the first. On the 3-run homer by McCann, and that's been it. He's been in trouble. He's been on the ropes at times. But has not given him any more than the 3.
Well, that's being on the grass at third. Ichiro trying to take it to the left side. Gap out there in right center. Oh, 0-2 the count. Ichiro won the Gold Glove and was an All-Star in each season between 2001 and 2010.
Little Sox fan over by the phone. A couple of starts ago, Noesi went 117 pitches. He's about ready to deliver pitch number 110.
1-2.
Roberts is a better hitter from the left side. With his lone home run coming as a left-hand hitter, so you figure might be the time to go with Downs.
All right, there you go. Strong arm of Beckham, yes. Turn him over, rack him up, and we'll go to the bottom of the 6th.
Good hands, good solid throw. Gordon on the relay, and they cut down Ichiro on the double play, getting him out of the inning. And you don't have to worry about the bullpen as Noesi gives up 3 in the first. And that's it. He's got a 4-3 lead.
And Gordon put a little giddy up on that throw over there to get the speedy Ichiro, who at 40 years old can still motor.
Motor well enough so that that's the first double play he's grounded into all year.
There's Flowers. He's 1 for 2. That fastball at 96. Dylan Betances.
Shouldn't surprise you that he played basketball in high school.
That slider misses.
Talked to Joe Girardi about Betances as he was coming up last year, and he said they were very impressed with him. Didn't think he was quite ready yet, but that when he got here, he would be a factor.
Full count.
Adam wants to make some friends.
Softly hit. That fastball at 98.
That's pretty impressive. Hasn't shown he can get a slider over yet, but he's gotten a slider over this year. A lot.
When he first walked out there, and the other guys came over, I mean, it was
big man. Big man.
So here is our big little guy. Adam Eaton, 3 for 3. The run scored, stolen base. Outfield slightly to the left. They're spread out about equidistant. Here's a slider strike high. How far did you ever figure out how far you were from home plate when you released the ball?
I have a longer stride than most, and you're 60 feet 6 inches when you're standing there. If you have a 6-foot stride, obviously you're.
As he gets him, there's the slider.
Yeah, you're about 53 and a half, 54 feet from the plate, but I have to laugh every time I hear the third base position called the hot corner, because he's usually going to be 90 feet away, give or take a couple of feet either way. And when you deliver the baseball and you're 55 feet away, you just don't have a lot of time to react to a line drive back to you. So you better have good hands, or you better be very lucky, or a combination of both.
Gordon's 0 for 3. He's due. All right, and you're not a tall guy, so Batanzas is 6'8". He's got a minimum probably of a 6.5 foot stride.
Maybe a little bit more.
Could be long, yeah, but a minimum of 6.5 feet. When he releases it. The sliders run anywhere from 80 to 82. Threw one at 83.
I would say that probably is a little bit farther than 6 feet.
It looks it. It's almost to the grass.
I know. That's what James Rodney Richard was one of those guys. He was also 6'8", 6'8 and a half. He was one of those guys with an enormously long stride.
There's a shot. You got a slider there, roller. Got it up, and Gordon smokes it into left field.
That one didn't break sharply, and Gordon took advantage of it. That's about as long a stride as you'll see. But I thought J.R. Richard came very close to striding on the grass, and it looked like he was placing the ball in the catcher's glove. And he was timed upwards of 103 miles an hour. But the slider was anywhere from 90 to 92, and that was the unhittable pitch.
I talked with Carlton Fisk after that All-Star game when JR was very impressive, put it that way.
Yeah, to say the
Carl
least.
said he'd never seen anything like that slider.
And James Rodney Richard, for those of you that don't remember, was a huge pitcher with the Houston Astros. that for 5 years was probably as good as anybody around, and then unfortunately suffered a stroke and was never the same. He was at his best in that 1980 All-Star game. That was where he was timed at 103 and kept complaining about what he called a dead arm. Went back, the team went on the road. He was working out at the Astrodome. That's where he suffered his stroke. And unfortunately, at that point, baseball lost a great talent because he was as close to unhittable as anybody around.
0-2 pitch. Got him. So we'll go to the 7th, leading 4-3. Cellular Fields to join the White Sox in their effort to raise awareness of stroke warning signs and the importance of acting fast. Purchase your tickets, whitesox.com/strikeoutstroke.
Scott Downs comes into the game. He's got it 0-2. The ERA a touch over 5, on for the 25th time. Left-handers hitting nothing against him, 161. Roberts will turn around and hit from the right side. Then you got the left-handed Johnson and the left-handed Gardner if Joe Girardi wants to stay with Kelly Johnson. Just in case. Sox bullpen up and going.
Roberts 0 for 2, hit into a 1-6-3 double play, and he's gone out to center field. Four 9-0 for us, 3-4-2 for them. And Hector Noesi, a good job. He got Gardner leading off the ball game, the line hard to Gillespie. Jeter singled hard down the right field line, was held to a single. You got Ellsbury on a fly ball to center. He walked to Shera, and then Brian McCann hit a first ball fastball out of here, a bullet for a 3-run homer. After that, he only gave up 2 more hits. One to Gardner and then a bunt single to Jeter.
And Jake Petrichka loosening up in the pen.
So Noesi seems to be getting better with every start. He finished up his fastball. He was throwing 93.
Just a terrific bounce back after a tough first. There's a lot of pitchers have tough first and then they never right the ship and they leave the game early and put the pressure on the pen. Hector didn't do that. He got the 18 outs and then turned it over to the pen. And the Yankee pen, Adam Warren.
Two pitch. Bad breaking ball. Chop foul.
Yeah, we want to wish everybody a very happy Memorial Day weekend. Make it a safe one. Bob Casey used to say, great PA announcer for the Minnesota Twins for many years, is there's a base hit back through the middle. So good speed aboard. No drinking and driving. So Soriano's coming up.
That probably is going to bring Patricia in from the pen. See what Robin has in mind.
Alfonso 0 for 4 last night. And they're going to kill a little time. Patricia looks like he's either ready or he's not in any hurry to get ready.
I would think he'd have to be ready.
I'd hope so.
And with Jeter coming up next.
Now you get Gardner. On deck. Well, Alfonso has faced Scott Downs 4 times. He is 0 for 4.
Burr is a pinch hitter, as you can see, not overly impressive. He hasn't had that many opportunities because he's played as an everyday player most of his career.
One and 0 the count.
Scott might want to step a little closer toward first base on the next pickoff attempt.
Soriano in his career a notorious low fastball hitter, and a good one.
Grounded into 3 double plays this year. 1 for 4 with a run batted in as a pinch hitter.
Bullet. So the first 2 men, bullets right back through the middle.
Second pinch hit of the year, and if you get the ball down to Soriano, you've got some problems.
Well, there was he was a pretty good low fastball hitter in his career.
Very good low fastball hitter.
As we talked about, and he got a low fastball.
And now here comes Robin.
Yeah, Brett Gardner, left-handed hitter.
Well, Robin hasn't taken the ball yet, and Patricia's coming in, so now he's taking the ball, and now Jake continues to come in. So runners at first and second, nobody out. Jake has his hands full. We'll step out and be back after these messages. The 1.73 ERA on for the 20th time. 26 innings, 19 strikeouts, 14 walks. He inherits base runners at first and second, nobody out. And a speed burner up in Gardner, who does have a couple of sacrifices this year. So you know they were talking about how they're going to defend this if Gardner does indeed lay it down. And if he does, it's probably going to be right at Gillespie. We remember Jake with a good inside move and getting a big pickoff in Kansas City. Even though Roberts is a lifetime middle infielder, it's not a particularly bad play here.
So here's Gardner. He is 1 for 3. Lined hard to left, single up the middle, and pop to short. Gillespie close to the line, in on the grass at third. Adam. He's close now, coming in. Two on, nobody out here in the top of the 7th if you're just joining us. There's a bunt. A good one. So sacrifice by 4.
Third sacrifice of the year for Gardner, who put it down perfectly and left Gillespie with only one play. Alexei looking into the dugout and asking if you want him halfway, looking to cut off at least one run, or do you want him in all the way around?
So the right side's in. Alexei a step back of being in, now 2 steps back of being in. Jeter takes ball 1. Outfield swung around to the right. Two and 0 with Jacoby Ellsbury on deck.
Derek Jeter does not have a sacrifice. That sacrifice fly. He does have 3 regular sacrifices, but has shown no desire to bunt here.
So we'll see what it's a blue plate special, infield in. Now Alexei backs up, as does Beckham. And that'll load him up. Sacks packed with Yankees. 1 out. Ellsbury has gone out to center, left, and struck out. And has an excellent mark with the bases loaded. 333. Ball gets away and the game is tied.
That is a wild pitch. First wild pitch of the year for Jake.
Now the infield in. That ball in the center field. Both runners are tagging. They get it back in the second. The Yankees take a 5-4 lead. So the 2 runs charged to Scott Downs.
That'll be at number 15 for Ellsbury. His job was to pick out a pitch he could hit in the air and make sure, at the very least, he brought home the go-ahead run. That is the second sacrifice fly of the year.
And here's Teixeira, 0 for 2 with a walk and a run scored. You got the shift on. Change up way out in front. Just tuning in, they scored 3 in the first, 3-run homer by McCann. We scored 1 in the first. We scored 1 in the fourth. Took the lead with 2 in the fifth. Now they have come up with 2 here to lead at 5-4. Another changeup. So now the second walk of the inning.
And Don Cooper is going to come out and talk with Petrichka. Give him the scouting report on McCann, who's hit a home run and almost hit a second one.
Now the outfield very deep, and for the most part straight up. Last time up, as Steve mentioned, he took a fastball deep into center field, taking Adam Eaton back on the track as he takes first pitch strike. Oh, and 2. Souvenir, left side. 27,091. And attendance, big crowds tomorrow and Sunday. So make your plans to get to the ballpark as early as you can. That ball in the center. We got a man there, but we give up 2 runs, 7th inning stretch. We trail it by 1.
gets in the game at first base, and you know he'll have good hands. And Adam Warren comes in the game, and he's been very good. On for the 22nd time, a 1-2 record, a 1.73 ERA, 25 strikeouts in 26 innings with just 7 walks to go with it. And surprisingly, left-handers have done nothing with him. It's been the right-handers that have hurt him.
Well, usually when that's the case, he's got a good changeup. Or excellent control of a slider down and in.
He's been getting everything over the plate to this point.
So here's Tank. High strike, and the count 0-1. 5-4 bad guys here in the bottom of the 7th inning.
Kuroda failed to get out of the 5th. Betances came on, threw an inning and a third, struck out 2, gave up a hit. He is the pitcher of record to this point.
So Warren. Growing up, his favorite sports teams were the Indianapolis Colts and the Chicago White Sox.
Coming out of the University of North Carolina, they had a very good baseball program. He was 31-4 in 3 years there.
Two and two the count to Viciado.
This is the second game that Ryan has been inserted at first base. First time was only for 1 inning.
.94 upstairs, 1 out.
When you get ahead of a hitter, this is a terrific spot for it. It's called higher than high. It's out of the zone. There's no way that any hitter can catch up to it up there. The only thing you can do is lay off or miss it.
Here's Adam, 0 for 2 with a walk and a run scored. Well, so far his slider coming out of his hand looks the same as the fastball.
So just a short arm motion.
There's a 95-mile-an-hour fastball.
Last year had a pretty decent year with the Yankees. 3-2, 3.39 ERA, which is good. 34 games. He started a couple of them.
One out, 2-1 to count. Alexei on deck. That ball high and going souvenir time. Five runs on 6 hits, 2 errors for them. 4 runs on 9 hits, no errors for us. They have stranded 6 and we have stranded 8.
Yankees believed in spring training that Warren deserved a look as a starting pitcher. But then they felt better served moving him to the bullpen. And even with all of the injuries to the rotation, they have kept him in the pen where he's excelled.
High fly ball. That's a major league pop up. 2 down. Well, as far as could have been, should have been, Joe Girardi has had to absolutely be very, very flexible. Joe's done a great job. I'm telling you, he has just done a great job keeping this club anywhere close to 500.
Well, you lose the big man, CC Sabathia. Then Michael Pineda finally comes back, only to be suspended. And then while he's suspended, he gets hurt and goes on the DL. They lost Sean Kelly.
Pitch a little bit low. Lexi's faced Adam 4 times, has 3 hits. That one at 94 and the count 2-0. He finished 8 games over last year, and with what he was having to run out there, that's amazing.
They had a number of problems last year, the biggest of which was they just didn't score. This is a team that's used to putting a lot of runs up, and they were banged up. They couldn't produce much. They've lost Beltran here, and that's a big part of their offense.
That change up right there. Lexi upset with himself. He couldn't pull a trigger.
Wasn't a great location.
That's why Lexi's upset with himself.
The knees buckled. Couldn't read it.
There's a shot over the glove of Jeter and off the glove. So Lexi with a hard turn, but he'll come back to first. Just a rocket off the glove of Derek Jeter. So he's 3 for 4.
Looked like Jeter might have gone up just a touch too soon. Lexi tattoos this fastball. And Derek just misses getting to it. Made one of those plays earlier in the game when the ball wasn't hit all that hard. That was the top of his lead.
So here's Paulie 1 for 3. Had a real good at bat in the 5th inning with a line drive single to right. Just hoping that Paulie gets that same fastball that Alexei got.
Well, with the shift in the infield as it is, they're inviting Paul to just dribble the ball to the right side and try to take away his power.
It's a dangerous move in a 1-run ball game, 7th inning. Want to know the count? Come on, Paulie. That one at 94 goes through it.
That is a hard slider. And Paul thought it was a little low.
Two outs, 1-2 the count. Holly trying to take that one to the right side. Got him. And Paulie says something to Rayburn. Meanwhile, we'll go to the 8th, trailing by 1. On the Padres, also the first 5,000 children ages 10 and under will receive a White Sox Kids baseball glove presented by Beggar's Pizza. So for tickets, call 866-SOX-GAME or visit whitesox.com. As we get set to go to the top of the 8th inning, 5-6-2 for the Yankees, 4-10-0 for our Sox. It'll be Solarte, Suzuki, and Roberts. Jake Meister. Jake Petrichka. For his first pitch, fastball strike over at 92. Very quickly the count 0-2.
Solarte, one of the 3 switch hitters in the lineup tonight. Last night they had 4 of them, with Almonte being the 4th.
And there's base hit. Change up.
A nice job of reaching way out of the strike zone, low and away, and still pulling that ball for the base hit. and Jervis Solarte. Not sure quite how he got to it, but get to it he did.
So Beckham's got to be on his toes, as here is Ichiro. A couple of walks, and he hit into a 1-4-3 double play. Gillespie on the grass at third. And first pitch strike. Gap out there in right center. And once again, a reminder, tomorrow afternoon and Sunday afternoon. Make your plans to be with us here, but get here early, White Sox. So advising you to get here because of the winding, and you don't want to stand in the long lines. Now, the gates tomorrow will open at approximately 7. Check that, 11:40. 11:40. And of course, the first 20,000 fans will receive crisp sale bobbleheads presented by Pepsi. Gates on Sunday will open at approximately 11:10. And that's because of Family Sunday. There will be a pregame tribute video and gift presentation to New York Yankees captain Derek Jeter. One and two the count. And that's in center field. So a couple of change-ups hit for base hits.
They've both been pretty good pitches, but for some reason both Solarte and Ichiro been able to stay on him. Taking it right back through the middle, which is what you should do with that particular pitch, and easing it by Ramirez. No chance at all for Solarte to go to third.
So here's Roberts, who started off that seventh off Scott Downs with a base hit back through the middle.
Got Brendan Ryan in the on deck circle. After Soriano's pinch hit, Ryan went in at first base, taking the spot occupied by Kelly Johnson.
That's going to be in the seats for a souvenir.
Danny Webb throwing in the pen.
There's that changeup. And more importantly, the count 0-2.
Jake came on in place of Scott Downs, who gave up a couple of runs on a couple of hits and didn't retire anybody.
That change up in the dirt. Well, according to who the advanced scout is for the Yankees, I don't know who it is, but sometimes advanced scout is able to make some tells. Get some tells from a pitcher. When he gives away his fastball, when he gives away his curveball, when he gives away his changeup.
If he can do that, he's worth his weight in gold.
Oh, sure. Yeah. That's the exception to the rule when an advanced scout can do that, though. But some of them try. They see what they can pick up. Foul down at the plate.
That one got Tyler's foot, it appeared. And I don't think got a piece of the shin guard. This looked like it was the inside of the right foot.
Sometimes just catching the edge of that shin guard is worse.
It's not good one way or the other.
And that one's chop foul. So the count hangs at 2-2.
Roberts, during the course of his career, has been able to work long counts. He sees a lot of pitches.
He was one of the most exciting players in this league when he was healthy and at Baltimore.
He continues this battling at bat. As you can see, Jake's been just about everywhere.
And another foul ball.
It'll be a 10-pitch at bat at the minimum.
Well, you would have figured with the first two guys getting on, even though Brendan Ryan's on deck, that Joe would probably have put down the bunt sign, but he knows his players better than we do and how they're going better than we do. And another foul ball on a changeup.
Well, the course of Brian Roberts' career, he's seen just about 4 pitches per at bat.
This is a battle. A battle.
Going to run out of room to fill up the strike zone. 12th pitch of the at bat.
One right underneath his hands. That change up into center field. Adam hitting that cutoff man. And that's out number 1. So here's Brendan Ryan. Brendan played shortstop last night. He was 0 for 2. Off the end of the bat. Gordon's going to take the only option he has. So that's 2 down. And here comes Robin. Robin has made the call to the pen. So Petrichka, who came on last inning, thrown a lot of pitches, 32 to be exact, and for the most part they've been very stressful. So he departs. Webb comes on, and we'll be back. TV Premium, the #1 live streaming sports service, is celebrating 12 years of service. So join the millions of subscribers. Watch every out-of-market game live and in true HD on over 400 devices. Visit whitesox.com for details.
Daniel Webb comes into the game at 3-0. The ERA 2.52 on for the 19th time. He inherits Yankee base runners at second and third. There's 2 outs here in the 8th inning. Yankees lead by a run. And this becomes a pretty big out.
Could be the ball game. A huge spot. A little tardy on that one at 96. Gardner 1 for 3 with a sacrifice bunt. We showed you earlier that he has done very well in clutch situations. That one at 97. Jeter on deck. Solarte at third, Ichiro at second. Two-one delivery. Close pitch, didn't get it at 96. Chopper, Alexei got to hurry, bobbles, and just does get him. Beautiful recovery right there by Alexei on a speedy Brett Gardner. So we'll go to the bottom of the 8th, trailing by just 1. Bottom of the 8th inning, and we have Diaz, Flowers, and back to the top of the order with Adam Eaton. Alejandro is 0 for 3. Solarte in on the grass at third. Ryan in close at first. Fakes the bunt, and he takes the ball. Adam Warren out of New Bern, North Carolina.
Yankee bullpen up and going in case Warren has some problems.
Pours that strike over at 94.
Foul. Ryan was right on the line in a no double set. So when that ball rifled by him, I don't think he could have got by him in fair territory. He is right there. Ball hit hard, but clearly foul.
The way you guard a line is you figure out in your own mind this guy's best bolt. How hard can he hit it? And that's how close you have to be to that line. As he strikes out.
And Alejandro is saying that ball hit the dirt.
Tom Woodring at third said he's out. Rayburn asked him.
That ball did hit the dirt.
And here comes Robin.
I think he's got a legitimate challenge here.
Well, Brian Johnson in the video room right on top of it. He's the one that'll I don't think Robin would be out there unless Brian had said. But he's going to accept it. Huh, that was interesting.
Didn't challenge it.
No. So here's Flowers. Tyler 1 for 3, a single in the 4th inning. There's a strike. Now let's take another look at it. Alejandro said it hit the dirt.
From this angle, it certainly looks like it. It did hit the dirt and then stuck in the glove. But
and we understand that play is not challengeable. That's the reason he didn't challenge it. It's not challengeable.
Probably asked the umpire to take another look, and they said nope.
Yeah, he can ask for a review of it.
They said I don't think so, so nothing you can do.
No, no, it's late.
Warren threw 2 perfect sliders to Tyler Flowers on the previous 2 pitches. Tried to heat him up with a fastball, couldn't get it by him.
And that is in the dirt. Now, umpire discretion, manager may request, but cannot challenge on our cheat sheet here. Home runs, home plate collisions, record keeping. For example, ball strike count out, score. Attaboy, Tyler. So we get a 1-out base runner. And illegal substitutions rules checks. They can umpire discretion, they can ask but cannot challenge. Any other, here's the key though, any other play not listed there is not reviewable. So that is coming right off our cheat sheet.
And Leury Garcia comes on to pinch run for Tyler Flowers, who was 2 for 4. Good piece of hitting right there. He saw 2 unhittable sliders earlier in the count. When Warren went back there to try to get the 3rd strike, Tyler just reached out, tapped it right back up the middle, and that represents a tying run. Nice job by Tyler Flowers.
So Adam, he is 3 for 4 tonight. That makes him 5 for 8 in this series. Changeup fooled him. There he goes. Time had been called, though, by Adam at the plate.
Probably a good idea, but you heard DJ Rayburn yelling time.
Just a decent lead by Leury. So 2 changeups got him in a 0-2 count. There he goes. There's a throw, not nearly in time. So now that's a tying run.
Fifth stolen base of the year, and he made it easily. Not a particularly good throw, and no chance.
Well, when you get that kind of speed, it just, especially late in the ball game in a close game. As there's a chopper 2 hopper to second base. So Leury now at 3rd with 2 down, and here comes Joe. And if you're wondering, sitting at home, it's 50 degrees as we speak. So Adam Warren out of New Bern, North Carolina departs, and we'll be back.
It's here on CSN for White Sox Postgame Live, presented by Subaru. Get the recap on tonight's game and all the action around the league. Don't miss White Sox Postgame Live tonight right after the game on Comcast Sportsnet. And with the tying run at third base, we got David Robertson coming into the ballgame on for the 13th time. The ERA 1.42. He's been asked to save 9 games, and he's responded 9 times. 6 hits and 12 2/3, 17 Ks, 2 walks. And what looked like a weakness in spring training has turned into one of the great strengths of this Yankee team, and that's been the bullpen.
And look, I'll tell you, from what we've seen, Adam Warren's got a good arm. But Betances, he looks pretty good himself.
Yeah. They've got a very, very nice bullpen.
And Robertson, I tell you, he's just a good reliever. So here is Gordon with 2 out. Garcia at third. Gordon has faced Robertson 5 times, and he's drawn the collar. Tonight, Gordon is 1 for 4. He's hit the ball hard twice.
Pretty surprising that Robertson was a 17th round draft pick at the age of 21. He was just a sophomore in college at the time, and a lot of teams thought that he would go back. Well, the Yankees showed him some Yankee money, and he didn't.
3-0 the count with Gillespie on deck. And that's ball 4. So here comes Connor. Connor is 1 for 4, had an infield single. He's faced Robertson once, and he's 0 for 1. Come on, Connor, we need you right here, buddy. Just a short lead by Beckham. In the dirt. Nicely blocked by Ryan McCann.
Robertson does not have a wild pitch this year.
Well, this is a pretty good time for him. And there's a strike. Sox trying to do something they have not done in 41 years. That's win 8 in a row against the Yankees here at home. That's just foul.
Robertson's fastball has a little cut on it, and an inside-out swing on the wrong side of the line as McCann comes out. Have a word with Robertson.
Well, in that sequence to Beckham, you would think it was Mariano Rivera out there on the mound with bad control that particular day.
Looked like cutter after cutter after cutter.
After cutter after cutter, yeah. And I wonder where he got it.
Yeah, it's probably very difficult to stay in that bullpen any length of time with Mariano Rivera and not pick up a pretty good cutter.
Well, if you don't, shame on you. The 1-2 pitch. Yes, he did. And that'll retire the side. We're into the ninth, trailing 5-4.
And this wild pitch scores the tying run. And this sacrifice fly off the bat of Jacoby Ellsbury plates the go-ahead run, and that's where it stands at 5-4. That's our Miller moments. So it's going to be Derek Jeter leading it off with Jacoby Ellsbury and Mark Teixeira. Adrian Nieto stays in the game behind the plate as Tyler Flowers, who had a base hit representing the tying run, left for a pinch runner.
So here's the captain. He's 2 for 3 tonight, and a run scored. Started off that 3-run first with that rocket single down the first baseline. Something that he has done a few times in his career.
Just a few.
He has had one of the great inside-out strokes in the history of this game. That's into one of the super suites and a valuable souvenir. Foul ball off the bat. Captain Derek Jeter. Takes it up. He did not go.
Jeff Nelson on the call. It'll be pretty tough to get the captain called out on that.
Yeah, I mean, that's. Got him on that one. One away.
As promised earlier in the game, we have the AT&T fan photo of the game. Tweet your photo to hashtag #SouthsideFanPhoto for a chance to be shown on our broadcast, and it's brought to you by AT&T. There is a Georgia Bulldog.
Ooga.
With a beautiful Sox jersey. Handsome dog. iron those wrinkles out, he'd be a real handsome dog.
Oh boy. That's high into center field. And that's out number 2. Ellsbury now 0 for 4 with a sacrifice fly. And for us, just like Abner designed it, Viciedo, Dunn, Alexei, 4th, 5th, and 6th place hitters in our half of the 9th. But we got to get Teixeira out, who's 0 for 2 with a couple of walks and a run scored. Takes first pitch strike. Change up. Two and one. Now we're at 97. Taking some other scores. Baltimore doubled up Cleveland. They beat them 8 to 4. Detroit over Texas 7 to 2. Angels leading Kansas City 3 to 1. Bottom of the 6th at the Big A. 3-1. Giants leading Minnesota 5-2. Top of the 5th at AT&T. San Diego shutting out the Cubs 8-0. That's in the bottom of the 5th right at Petco. And that's the 3rd walk of the evening for Teixeira. That'll bring up Brian McCann. That's the 8th walk we've issued tonight.
Eight walks and 12 men left on, and still just 1 run away from tying it up.
Change. Count evens at 1. The scores: Toronto beat Oakland 3 to 2. Buccos over Washington 4-3 at PNC. He just missed that one. High tower. Pop up. That makes the catch. We go to the bottom of the 9th. We need 1 to tie and 2 to win.
And Mark Teixeira will go into play first base. the designated hitter, and excellent first baseman.
Yeah, he's one of probably the top 3 in this league. They go along with Hosmer, Loney.
He's out of Georgia Tech. Might have been the first player picked in the draft had he not broken his ankle in college. Was just a terrific player, and he's put together a great career.
Yes, he has. Yes, he has. He's been a good clutch hitter. So, Viciedo will start us off. He's 0 for 3 with a walk tonight. He'll be followed by Adam Dunn, and then Alexa Ramirez. Tomorrow, Johnny Danks against Nuno. Sunday, Rienzo against Tanaka. Both those games for you right here on Comcast Sportsnet. If you can't make it to the ballpark, there's still tickets available tomorrow. And a few left for Sunday, but make your plans to be here early. Also on Sunday, that presentation. There you look at our schedule. Then 3 with Cleveland. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, off day on Thursday, and Padres. So here we go right here. David Robertson against Tank.
Ryan was playing back on the grass at second and very much up the middle. Teixeira way off the line at first.
Yeah, he and Hosmer probably play farthest off the line. As there's another strike, and the count quickly 0-2.
It's somewhat surprising in a 1-run game, but that's what the defensive charts say.
And there's the base hit.
Well, with Solarte playing the line, this is a good curveball. It's way out of the zone. And Viciedo takes advantage of the no double set. Solarte on the line. That ball hit to his left, and that represents a tying run. Moises Sierra comes on to pinch run. So good job of hitting by Viciedo. That was a tough pitch to handle.
And here's Adam. Adam 0 for 3 with a walk and a run scored. He just missed one back in the 3rd inning with the bases loaded. Yeah, he's faced David twice, and he's 0 for 2. First pitch strike.
Adam would probably love to get that one again because it was down where he likes it. But he was taken all the way, seemingly.
Yeah, I wanted to look at it. Chops that one foul. Now he is in the big hole, 0-2. To the outside. The ball hit high and deep. Way back. Hey, look up. You can put it on the board. Yes. Yes. Hell yes. one has done it.
Down 0-2. He got a fastball right down the middle. It was thigh high and a no-doubter. The Ford home run replay. Robertson gives up just his second home run of the year. Adam hits his 8th. He's driven in 21, and in dramatic fashion late, as the Sox have been doing all year, leading the major leagues in runs scored in the 9th inning. They pick up a pair and win the ball game.
They will not quit. These kids will not quit.
What a job.
What a game. They have done something also they have not done in 41 years. They have now beaten the Yankees 8 straight games here in Chicago. So Adam coming out. Going down to our Jen Latta.
Well, Adam, you were due 0 for 3 this evening. What did you see there that you liked?
Well, I mean, the first 2 pitches were, good hard cutters, and I know he's got a really good curveball. So, when I got 0-2, I was just trying to, really just battle. I know he's got 2 really good pitches, and that one cut right perfect down the middle.
We have talked so many times about the fight in this team. Have you ever seen anything like this? Been on a team like this?
We score a lot of runs late, and I think the reason that is because I think a lot of guys bear down, later in the game, and I guess it doesn't matter when you score them as long as you score them.
8 straight at home against the Yankees. What does that mean for this franchise?
Well, I mean, I'm not sure it means that much. I mean, you try to win as many as you can, and you got to play really well at home to do anything, and it seems like we play these guys real tough.
All right, Adam, thank you so much for joining us. Go enjoy the celebration. Guys, another White Sox win here, a comebacker. What do you know?
All right, Jen Latta, thank you very much, and let's check out our GMC professional grade player of the game. It is the big man, Adam Dunn. So for my partner Steve Stone, our director Jim Angio, our producer Mike Leary, our associate producer Dave Ross, our technical manager Mark Harper, for the mayor Mean Joe Grube, also the executive producer Jim Corno Jr., and for Dave Cella, Frank Leone, the Golden Greek, Jimmy Tianis, Jeff Hilbert, this is the Hulk. So long, everybody. Coming up next, Subaru Postgame Live with Chuck and Bill. You've been watching White Sox baseball on Comcast Sportsnet.